Well, I was hoping for Daleman's crams, but I guess I'll take money. Nothing wrong with that. Good evening. I am Big Ed Mustafa. I will be your host for the next couple of hours. LOTRO Stream has just started watching LOTRO Stream. That makes perfect sense. Thank you for that alert, Twitch. Tonight, I am exploring North Athelion with Galandriel, my level cap champion. I wonder if I sold out of jewelry. So, we are outside of Minas Tirith. It is after the Battle of Pelennor Field. Lots of people are dead, lots of people are maimed, and lots of people are still standing. And we're going to run some quests for some of them. Aragorn, Prince Imrahil, Éomer, aka Éomer King. The prince who vowed to ride to death and failed at it, so he's still here. And now ruler of Rohan. Krillerban, hi. We're doing some traveling.
Aragorn has called for a council to determine his next course of action. May wisdom guide his steps.
I'm surprised they even invited me. I'm not a captain. I'm here to observe. Fortunately, I brought delicious, refreshing Coke Zero with me. Oh, that's good stuff. You remember the words of Denethor, Galandriel? In them I think there is much we might learn. The Steward of Gondor has much to say about the dangers that threaten us. He claimed that victory on the Pelennor might last for an hour or a day, but that we could not hope for a lasting victory against the power that rules in Mordor. Denethor fell into a despair at the sight of Sauron's armies in the depths of the Seeing Stone. We must not despair as he did, though it took all our strength to fight back the first assault. The next assault will be greater than the last. Sooner or later, one will come we have not the power to defend. Denethor was right. Strength of arms will not bring us victory. Hi, Ninth Pawn. I'm supposed to talk to Imrahil. And there we go. Not that you feel obligated to come in, Ninth Pawn, but if you're in a chatty mood, I do have Discord open, so just throwing that out there. If anybody's watching and they have my Discord channel, feel free to pop in. If you don't have my Discord channel, you can get it by visiting my personal channel and just typing !Discord. It is not a well-kept secret. Would you have us to retreat to Minas Tirith or Dol Amroth or Dunharrow and wait for the end? I will not play like a child with a sandcastle, waiting in fear the tide comes in. Yet this is exactly what all of Gondor did during the days of Denethor. watching, waiting, doing nothing. Do not misunderstand me. I still hope for victory, but not through battle. Thanks for posting that link, Ninth Pawn. Hi, Deathman. Into this debate must come the Ring of Power, for it is central to the matter. The first rule of the Ring of Power, don't talk about the Ring of Power. Now you know enough of this thing to understand our danger, my lords. If Sauron regains the ring that he lost, his victory will be complete. Your valorous deeds will come to naught. But if the ring is destroyed, his fall will be swift and total. A great evil of this world will be gone. Sauron will be no more. We will wipe it away like so much crystal Pepsi from the face of Middle-earth. Okay, Gandalf didn't really say that. I kind of embellished. Sauron knows all this. He knows that the ring he lost has been found again, but he knows not where it is now. His greatest fear is that we have found it, for there are those among us with the strength to wield it. Am I right to think you revealed yourself to him, Aragorn? Yes, my friend. Before I rode from the Hornburg, I deemed the time was ripe to use the Stone of Orthanc. That was the wrong move. Saruman's Seeing Stone. I believed that the stone had come into my possession for this very purpose. You thought wrong. 10 days had passed since the ring-bearer went east from Rauros. I thought it would be meet to draw Sauron's gaze to me and away from his own lands. I wonder if that was a typo. Had I known how swift would be his response, perhaps I should have waited. And yet that swiftness proved an error. He did not crush Gondor with that first throw. Aye, that is so. There's a lot of talking going on. You say it is hopeless for us to attack Sauron if he has the ring. But why should he not feel the same if he thinks we have it? There are some considerations that may slow his hand. The ring can only be wielded by one rather than by many. Sauron will expect a struggle among those who seek to wield it. He waits until one among us seeks to become greater than the others, and that is when he will act, seizing the advantage of our disarray. His Nazgûl still fly overhead, seeking signs of our movement. He has not forgotten the sword of Elendil, and now he has seen it reforged. His first assault was turned back, and his greatest captain slain. The winds of fortune have begun to blow in our favor. For the first time, doubt has begun to gnaw at him. Normally I don't read quest text like this, but this quest involves me standing here not doing anything, so... Through either wisdom or folly, it has been sent away to be destroyed, lest it destroy us. Without it, we cannot defeat Sauron by force. This, then, is my counsel. We keep Sauron's eye fixed upon us and blind to his true peril. We march out to meet him, making ourselves the bait. Exactly. There's no even fishable water here in this tent. He will see this as the prideful action of something. He will empty his land, seeking to destroy this young upstart and take it back. I'm as distraught as you are, Deathman. I should be fishing right now. Legolas, why would you say Frodo's name? First rule of the Ring of Power is you do not talk about the Ring of Power. These guys have never seen Fight Club. It's very distressing. Legolas is right. We seek to capture Sauron's attention and keep it fastened upon us for as long as we can. But do not misunderstand. If we march to the Black Gate, there will be nothing to keep him from sending the considerable forces within Mordor to crush us completely and without mercy. We will buy time for the Ring-Bearer to complete his mission, but there will be no more time for us. Any who go with me on this last march should know that he goes to his death. There will likely be no returning from this. Still, I consider it my duty to try. I do not claim to command any man in this. Let each make his choice as he will. We came from Imladris with this purpose. We will not turn back. I do not know much of these dealings, but I know this. My friend Aragorn aided my people when they had need, and now I will aid him. Uh-oh, am I dropping loot? Oh no, more jewelry sold. Cool. Aragorn is my king, whether he claims it or not, but the city must not be undefended behind us. We do not need a great force to march on the Black Gate. This is not an army with designs on victory. We will determine the number we bring east and the numbers we leave behind. May this be the right choice, Galadriel. I would rather die doing my part to bring about a new age than do nothing and know that the new age will never come. Private encounter will shut down. Travel now. Okay, we can get out of that tent finally. Hey, Zinger. Are you liking it? The wife kind of wants me to color it. She thinks it'll look better if it matches the top. I have no idea why I have a dark head of hair and a white beard. It's a little freakish.
This is not the easy decision. I think it is the right one.
Cloak of the Settled Mind. Cloak of the Guiding Direction. Cloak of the Chosen Course.
So it is decided.
Find the herald northwest of Aragorn's pavilion. The first circle of the city. Fantastic, I finally get a move from this spot. Just as long as you're not making any static discharges at work and shorting out all the hardware. It hasn't been a problem so far. Although I wore a really staticky fleece jacket today that I'd just as soon not been zapping myself with. Lord of Anfilis. Oh, I was finishing another quest. Alright.
The enemies of men approach. I hope you are prepared. We can only hope that the Rohirrim will arrive before it's too late.
So I hope everybody's having a good start to their weekend so far. I can't really say winter has arrived, but after enjoying a really nice prolonged Indian summer here in Nebraska, let's just say that November arrived with a vengeance today. It was a very cold high 30s with a bitter cutting wind out of the north. So, then ironically enough, Mrs. Mustafa cranked up the furnace. Still had to crack open the window in here because I was starting to sweat. Even before I started the stream, I'm like, ugh, it's hot in here. I won't last 3 hours. So now I'm still hot and my feet are frozen. Who knew?
It is good to see some of the men of Gondor whom we feared lost return to us.
Oh, man.
Eomer has informed me that Aelfmar, Hardin, and Torfaith are missing. Eomer has provided me
More people to hunt down. That's super fun. One of the quests you get after the battle is to go basically find all the missing. There's a lot of people scattered all over the Pelennor fields, some alive, some dead, some trapped and under duress, others idling away. Pandarian, hello. Ninth Pawn the Stalker. You're right, if I just have enough Coke Zero, it'll average everything out. And it's delicious and refreshing to boot. We're going to do some orc whacking. Orc whacking is one of my favorite things. There we go. Okay, where's this herald who awaits my orders? Hello, herald. This herald awaits my message. Hello, herald. Yeah, it was that way up until a couple of days ago. And then today we had a high of like 42. So like I said, we're just kind of getting adjusted to what November normally feels like. Hopefully we'll survive. These guys still have Minas Tirith quests that I don't need to do. Now that I'm celebrated. Because Kindred wasn't good enough, they had to come out with new levels. The herald awaits my message. You're a herald. Hello, Herald of Gondor. Yeah, I remember thinking Crystal Pepsi was okay back in the day when I originally drank it. That was probably 25 years ago. Quartermasters, Men of Gondor. We'll see what we can find. Battle decorations. Masters of Battle Lore. We'll go find more heralds, I guess. I think I just remember Crystal Pepsi not tasting like much of anything. I think your description of flavored seltzer water was a pretty good one, Singer. It's a little bit more like, what was that? Canadian Clear? Remember when that was really popular? It was pretty refreshing. It just didn't taste like a whole lot of anything. Which isn't the worst thing in the world. Sometimes subtlety is a good thing in food and beverage. Okay, I've got all the pledges I need. I have a quest to collect ore. Nope, that's real. Weird. Putting out fires. Yeah, that'd be about my luck. Zinger says they just removed the limit on dailies he can perform, and it happened like right after I finished getting celebrated in Minas Tirith, which was just a giant pain in the ass. If I haven't made that perfectly clear how tedious I found that, I'll just go ahead and repeat myself. I've got a quest to go find somebody in Minas Tirith. I accidentally hit on some of these find these dudes type things. So we'll go find some of these dudes too. I didn't have anything particularly special tonight. I'm just looking forward to playing, hanging out with you guys, and just, you know, doing some Update 19 content. Grimbold did not make it. He looks unhealthy at this point. Or he's just passed out drunk. Heroically attacked a fell beast in his final moments. Nice job, Grimbold. Elfmar also looks like he's napping. He died valiantly. Speaking of stalkers, Maiden of Rohan is here. Hi, Maiden. Deathman says, well, you could give us a review of the Grand Tour if you saw it yet. I have not seen it. What else we got? We're looking for Harding. Hey, it's some dudes. Here you brand does not look healthy. They did not have a good battle experience. You know, and it's so important to remember, if you're going to go into epic battles, use the buddy system. You don't want to get caught flat-footed when 400 orcs come climbing over a wall at the same time. At least with all the dead elephants out on the battlefield, nobody's gonna go hungry. That should count for something. Plus ivory-handled swords for everybody. Two more soldiers napping. Guthloff. Daerwine. They died protecting King Theoden. Muse Online, welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming by to check out the stream tonight. Big Ed can't give a movie review tonight. Everyone didn't sign the release waiver yet. Don't forget your box to see over the wall. That would be helpful. The Grand Tour is a car show. Star Wars reviewer bust. I was trying to save you, Deathman. Go ahead, wake the dragon. I'll try to leave the movie reviews to Angry Joe. Reeve of the Wold. He looks a little worn out from his experiences at the battle. He does not look al fresco either. Okay, let's talk to Aragorns. Let's see if we can get all of our talk to Aragorns complete. Oh good, I get a ride all the way to the side of the mountain. That is outstanding. I think we were joking before about how one of the things they were adding for Update 19 was going to be methamphetamine for your war steed. I'm thinking it's a good idea. Just a reminder to anybody who might be watching, and it looks like there are one or two of you poor souls. I am broadcasting at 720p and 45 frames a second. If you get any stuttering or halting on the stream while you're watching it, you do have the option of reducing your video quality settings. If you turn it from source down to medium, that should help speed up the smoothness of the stream for you, and hopefully it'll still look pretty good. But LOTRO is a beautiful game, and I like to try to stream it in as close to its glory as I can manage. Yeah, no amount of resolution can change that, Zinger. I always look like a blob of pixels. And if I look blurry to you, that's not your monitor. That's just how I appear in real life, so you don't have to adjust your set. I have a face for radio and a voice for silent movies, but I try to get along as best I can. There's Maiden. How's it going? There's no setting fixed to make the stream interesting, though. Everybody say hi to Maiden of Rohan. Hi, Maiden. That dead troll is actually on the landscape. I couldn't ride over him. Probably isn't anything up in here, but I just wanted to have a quick look. There is not. Ooh, ore. Big Ed Mustafa. Thanks for the plug there, Maiden. Much appreciated. And there's a link to Maiden's channel if you want to give her a follow. Pandarian, thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated. I'm going to celebrate that new follow by fishing for you, because I know that's what everybody wants to see. I have a fishing rod of the Rohirrim. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. Really, if you break it down, Lord of the Rings Online is really just a fishing simulator with orcs and goblins and swordplay sort of thrown in as window dressing. It's really all about the fishing. I just feel sorry for all the players who get sidetracked on quests and skirmishes and leveling up and not paying attention to their fishing skill. You don't want to get distracted. Zinger, that was just something I promised you private between the two of us. You can't be sharing that with everybody. Kriller Brand, thank you for the follow. Oh, and I missed a fish. Doggone it. So you can't turn away for even a second if you're going to be a top-notch fisherman. We pulled a sturgeon and a largemouth bass on our first 2 casts. Nothing wrong with that. The fishing is good here in after the battle Minas Tirith. And another sturgeon. Okay, the game's going to say I'm destroying the sturgeons, but really I'm just putting them back in the stream. And I'm going to go ahead and hang on to the largemouth bass and add it to my fish collection for cooking ingredients, because I'm a sick, twisted weirdo, and that's what I do. Alrighty then. Legendary item level up. Couple more pieces of loot. We'll jump up on Thunderhoof here and go from there. Unfollow Maiden and follow the Texas speech impediment. Don't unfollow Maiden, that's mean. You don't have to choose, you can follow them both. Let me check. Muse Online, I might have been temporarily distracted. It did not. Although I think I've got Twitch alerts sent up so that it's only going to show follows on my personal stream. If you just followed LOTRO stream, which is also an excellent, wise decision, then talk to Aragon, place the ore in the forge. Alright, Aragorn. My bad. Anyway, what was I prattling on about? By all means, you can follow LOTRO stream so that anytime any of the streamers is on, you'll know about it. You can follow the game Lord of the Rings online so that anytime anybody's streaming LOTRO, you can find them. And you can follow individual streamers. And we've got some terrific members of the LOTRO stream team. Maiden and I being 2 of them, of course. Corey Olson streamed earlier today, the Tolkien Professor. He could be very interesting to watch. I think, well, when I logged on, I know Evil Twin was in the middle of streaming. And of course, if you ever hear anybody mention Texas speech impediment, that's usually a nod to my good buddy Alapenya, also a LOTRO stream team member. Don't know what he's doing on this fine Friday night, but hopefully he's having a good start to his weekend. Book 7, Chapter 3. That's a lot of books to cover. We'll let Thunderhoof rest outside the fence here. See what Aragorn has for us.
Speak to my other
Oh,
This must be the greatest jest in all the history of God.
This is grim indeed. I'm glad to hear Northmar is safe. It is a sad day.
Eomer King has given me command of the main force of the Rohirrim.
talk to Mithrandir. There he is.
I think Imrahil has wrongly judged the mind of the Dark Lord.
That's a good one, Ninth Pawn. Singer's 3 wishes were to sit on my lap. I was fishing from upstream, so most of the orc blood was downstream from where I was catching the sturgeon. Hi Marwa, welcome, welcome. Yes, I'm waiting for the prof to do his new idea to stream a discussion on LOTRO weekly in game at the location they take place. That would be interesting.
Our secrecy was born of necessity. Now, it must end.
Okay, so far, once you go into after the battle and start doing new quests, you basically run around in endless circles, talking to people over and over and over and over. I guess that's okay.
Belong to my friend Arneth. The dead in this assault are all
Helm of the Reclaimed City. Not a helmet. A helmet is medium. A helm is heavy.
now is the time to mourn those who fought.
The dead have all been accounted for. The missing have been found. Now is the time to mourn those who fought to the end and fought so bravely for this grand kingdom. Great kingdom, actually. I'm embellishing. Alright, let's go do some mourning.
Come, it is time. After much bloodshed and loss,
Krillerbrand, in the beginning there was some sort of music, and that was
mourn the dead.
all I remember of reading the Silmarillion.
Bestow the honor to light the pyre.
Did I light it? Is it burning? Did I fail? Was I supposed to click on it? I was supposed to click on it. It's interesting how the game mechanics vary from region to region. Usually if you have to set something on fire, you just have to run up with it with a torch and it lights automatically. That's okay, that's DX11 Fire for you right there. If you guys aren't running a modern video card, I mean, that's just... We'll get up nice and close so you can see how good the flames look. But the DX11 graphics enhancements mostly affect flames and water. And everybody talks about how good the water looks, but I mean, that's pretty solid graphics for a fire in a 10-year-old video game. I'm just saying. No s'mores at the funeral pyre, Zinger. Bad Zinger. Sip a Crystal Pepsi and listen quietly. Show some respect. Hammer's reciting the Lost. Theoden King, Lord of the Mark. More standing around. The fire looks super cool. There's never a bad time to open a crisp and delicious, refreshing Coke Zero Zinger. You are correct about that. However, you'd want to open it slowly so it didn't make too loud of a refreshing tss sound when you open the bottle, because it's just, you don't want it distracting Aemir when he's recounting the Lost. Let's do a wardrobe change. There it is. We'll go back to the dragon scale armor from Heligrod. It's pretty pimp. What they'll do, Deathman, is wait for the funeral pyre to burn down, and then they'll dig a pit and take coals from the funeral pyre to cover the pig down in the pit. It'll be an in-the-ground, kind of a luau-style cookout. My talents are boundless, Singer. I could surprise you with all kinds of things. Beatboxing soda sounds. Apparently we're going to stand here while they recount the name of every last soldier, squire, and horse that was lost in the battle. Halberad, dearest and most true of friends, my heart was lifted to see you again on the road to Isengard mere days ago. For you to fall when the aim for which you fought is so near, it's a grievous hurt. I have lost my right arm. Mourn the loss of your fellow warriors. I'll pop in here right next to Eomer, unless I'm an interloping elf, and I will mourn. The pyre will burn until morning, and the heat of the burning will carry our grief into the night sky. There is another creature of nobility we should remember, Snowmane, the steed of the king. Come, let us mark the spot where he died and where we have buried him. That's important. Let's go visit a horse grave. They actually made a cairn for Snowmane. Faithful servant, yet master's bane.
I must go to the city to pay my respects.
Morning has come. Let us return to the city and climb to the citadel. I would visit my uncle where he lies in state and pay my respects to him. Alright, I guess this is going to be a thing too. Run to the light, Carol Ann.
Theoden rests near the throne.
He does look stately. This would be a bad time to mention that things would have gone a lot more smoothly if he hadn't fell under the sway of Grima Wormtongue, and that maybe he wasn't that great of a king because he trusted the wrong advisor.
This has been a long night.
I have seen all I can, and now the rule of Rohan will be mine alone. It's a heavy burden. I hope to live up to my uncle's example, but it will not be easy. Still, I will do my best for the people of Rohan. Thank you, Galadriel. I am ready now to depart. He's ready to depart.
Some rest before we march.
How's his sister doing? Back to the pavilion. There's a lot going on around this pavilion. Place the ore in the forge. The forge is over here, I think. The forge glows bright with the newly added metals. And I've got something I need to reforge myself. It's a bridle. One that I will never ever use. That's okay. And was there a mailbox nearby? I've discovered that my ability to craft critical success Anorian jewelry can be slightly profitable. So, been burning up some of my excess Anorian ingots, making and selling jewelry. I have one bracelet that didn't sell. Oh, that's actually kind of a cool email. I'm an Anorian Master Jeweler, and I got this just random email out of the blue from Erndalus, who I very much want to thank. I have never gotten the turtle shell bracelet recipe, and I had met and hunted and quested alongside one of his alts, Onasi. And anyway, he said, I didn't remember, or I did not forget that I was going to farm for this bracelet recipe, and I swore that if I did manage to acquire it, I would give it to you. So here it is. After nearly a year, perhaps more, worth of farming, I finally managed to acquire it and give it to you, and hopefully you still need it. Because otherwise I'd feel too late to the party and useless and whatnot. And I'm happy to report that I did still need the bracelet recipe. I'd never had any luck. I don't go do the turtle a lot, but I had never gotten a recipe, and its usefulness might be past, but it's nice to at least have the option to make turtle shell bracelets for some of my alts and stuff. So I thought that was really nice for Erndalus to mail that to me out of the blue. That was fun, and I am grateful. And I had already sent him a thank you, but I wanted to mention it on stream just in case he gets a chance to hear about this from somebody. So that was very cool. So what am I doing? We'll talk to Aragorn again. I think I have to go talk to a bunch of people.
March to the Black Gate will begin. We are to march.
Search for rangers in Osgiliath. That'll be super fun.
These are troublesome times indeed. Gondor needs your aid.
Give armor to the soldiers. There we go. That's like the Torhamas recipe. I have it, but will never use it. Well, I may actually use the turtle recipe. I know I've got plenty of tortoiseshell socked away somewhere. It's one of the loot items you collect and are never sure what to do with until you finally figure it out. Such craftsmanship. The soldiers like their new armor. We need to find one more soldier who needs a piece of armor. Or I can just ride around randomly again trying to find people. I guess we'll do that. Since that's where the arrow's pointing. We can finish up the armor drop off when I get back.
I fought in the battle and saw more than my share of death.
Great talking with you.
I will be pleased to sound my horn on behalf of the king. I think I have lived to see a king once more in Gondor.
Go to the western entrance of Osgiliath, search for rangers in Osgiliath, and unload this last piece of armor. That's weird that it's... We'll set that as the quest guide focus. So it wanted to send me all the way to Osgiliath. And I was like, hey, dude, I think somebody here probably wants armor still. Yeah, this game does teach you to hoard. That seems to be another common trait amongst turbine MMOs, actually. You know that one random piece of crap that you looted like 3 years ago? Yeah, a week after you throw it away, you're going to find out it was completely invaluable and you're going to hate yourself. Oh, it said talk to Aragorn. No, talk to Angbor over by the forge. Okay. Reading is hard.
There's naught but ill omens these days. How may I
Talk to a soldier at the sparring area in Aragorn's pavilion. Alright, where are they sparring at? It's a young recruit.
It's your first time in Ministerial. Shame you couldn't see it in better days.
The armor is sturdy. Alright, stupid warhorse, go away.
The enemies of men approach.
Talk to another soldier. Hello, another soldier. Well, thank goodness they're all happy with their new armor. Alapenya will never decide to craft. It is not his cup of tea.
May I help you, friend?
I dare say he doesn't even care for fishing that much. Forging blades.
There's naught but ill omens.
Packing for the march.
Gondor needs your aid.
Viable armor. I repaired some boots. So it's a run around and clicking on random things on the ground quest. It's always a good time. Yeah, it's been a while though, hasn't it? I like crafting. To me, part of the fun of the game is getting, you know, you get your scholar to make you a crafting journal and you collect a couple, 3 rare ingredients and, you know, you kind of get all your buffs lined up for maximum success. And then if you're really lucky, you might pull together that one rare item. And it's fun. It pisses you off when you do all that and you still end up not getting a critical success on something. But I enjoy the crafting aspect of the game, which should shock no one. And not that anybody asked, but I'm happy to report that Mrs. Mustafa is getting along swimmingly. We had a doctor's appointment yesterday, and it looks like her shoulder's healing up nicely. She's been cleared to drive. She drove herself to work for the first time in a month this morning, which was very good news for me. I've been having to get up an extra hour early every morning so I can help her get dressed and off to work, drive her, and then crawl into my office. So, sleep deprivation has gotten to be a way of life, and normally when I do that it's for fun reasons and not because of broken shoulders. But glad to see she's bouncing back nicely. And right now the doctor wants her to work on stretching out her shoulder little by little, just doing a few exercises and some basic physical therapy. And in a few weeks he thinks she'll be ready to start strengthening it again. So glad to have her mending up. Fill crates, forge blades.
There's naught but ill omens these days.
She says she doesn't like Coke Zero, but she drinks it anyway. That might be a better way to keep her out of it, would be to just put it in the back of the fridge, so it's too much of a strain to go get it. The blades are ready for the march east. Where are the crates I'm supposed to fill?
This darkness is a weight on my mind.
Crates to fill, crates to fill, crates to fill. Out here somewhere? That doesn't make any sense. Fill crates. There we go. Oh, this is going to be another one of those. Yeah, the quest guide isn't exactly pointing you the right direction kind of deals. Anybody see any crates that need filled? I'm not getting this right now. Apparently when you're king, they give you a really kick-ass tent. That's exactly right, Zinger. There's nothing worse than coming home and seeing my wife drinking a Coke Zero and going, I don't know how you can drink this. It's nasty. It's like, oh, please quit drinking them then. I drink her Diet Dew all the time, but I don't claim to dislike Diet Mountain Dew. That's the difference. And we found where the crates go, so I feel pretty good about that.
These are troublesome times indeed.
Uh-oh. What do we got? The Aid of Pelennor. I have completed quests of Pelennor. I am super fancy. Legendary level up. New deed complete. Discipline is 23. I think I just completed another discipline deed not too long ago. Like literally yesterday. So I got that going for me. Wow. And 5 turbine points. Hooray for me. Pepsi Kona. Gussie Moose has started watching. Is it because she knew I was hanging out with Aragorn? Or I don't know if you can read my, well, you can't read my in-game text because my big giant head's covering it up. I'm just going to type that Galadriel thinks that Aragorn is totally bae, and I just said that out loud in world chat. Not the whole world, just who's ever standing nearby. That's for you, Gussie Moose. Even though you can't see it because of my big giant head. This beard, the Santa Claus beard, you're liking it? No one mentioned the Grey Company. It's too late. She's got a sixth sense for that. You can't not. There's no hiding them from Gussie Moose. She will find them. Gussie Moose will hunt the Grey Company down. That's what she does. That's all she does. She will find them and she will give them leg cramps, bruises, and sore backs. And they will be dehydrated when she finishes with them. Back to Osgiliath. See some familiar faces within the west entrance of Osgiliath.
think that I would see you again so soon. I am proud to say my fortunes have changed for the better.
And leave them smiling. Touche, Gussie Moose. Well played. uh... I just like killing orcs. I don't know what it is. Foe Slayer Vos Gileath. Orc. Orc. Back when I was in junior high school, we had a metal shop teacher, Tom Eastlack, and he's since departed and shuffled off this mortal coil. But he was a giant of a man. He must have been 6'2", 6'3", probably 300 pounds. And we were these little smart-ass 8th and 9th grade students. And whenever any of us were goofing off, he wouldn't even get up. He'd just be sitting there reading the newspaper or something while we were all working in metal shop. If he caught anybody goofing around, he would just bellow it across the workshop. And it'd be like... it would always be last name, so it'd be like, Anderson, come here, boy. And he'd call you from across the room, and you'd have to walk over to him. And, of course, you couldn't hit students or spank students or beat students, so you'd be like, give me your hand, boy. And if you didn't hand it to him right away, you just got yelled at harder, and the more you resisted, the worse the treatment was. He'd be like, I said give me your hand. And so he'd take your hand into his like he was going to shake your hand, and he would just crush it and literally just drop you to your knee till you were almost crying because he was smushing your hand so bad. You'd just be like, oh, please make it stop. I'll be good from now on. And it was all good, harmless fun. But every once in a while when I see like a lone orc that I know I'm about to do very bad things to, I'm always like, hey, orc, come here, boy. And I channel Mr. Eastlack from Metal Shop so I can crush him. So that's what I was thinking about when I started killing these orcs. I just felt I'd share that with all of you tonight because you care. You want to know about my junior high school metal shop experiences. I was reading a news article the other day about a student who had a child-sized butter knife that they used to peel their avocado with at lunch, and they got suspended from school for it. Because, of course, Zero tolerance is supposed to be a good thing. I need to find rangers. I don't think I have found any rangers yet. We'll start heading towards the east. But some of the stupid stuff we did in Metal Shop, we were actually starting to try to construct our own swords. This was back in my Dungeons and Dragons days, of course. After grade school and before any of us had cars or money. So we were hanging out in Metal Shop. We had our own lockers in Metal Shop to keep our projects in and stuff. And we didn't tell anybody we were making swords. And nobody told us to not try to make swords. But one day we just came into Metal Shop to work on our swords. And they were gone from our lockers. Nobody got talked to, nobody got lectured, nobody got in trouble. The swords just got taken away and nothing was ever said about it. It was pretty funny. And of course we were just dumb kids. We were like, dude, why won't they let us make swords? You know, the realities of liability insurance are lost on the average 8th or 9th grader. I cannot cross here. Yeah, you never want to learn any shop skills from somebody who can't count past 7 without taking off his socks and shoes. That's just a good rule of thumb. Can also be a hazard in the RC flying community too. I have a rule, I just generally don't have any interest in flying anything that can sever fingers. We were flying one day, and one of the guys in the club had this big 1.5 cubic inch MDS two-stroke engine on this plane, and he had his wife and kids with him at the flying field, and he knew that they were on kind of a short fuse. He might be able to get 1 or 2 flights in before they were bugging him to leave. It's really cool when your dad flies RC airplanes for like the first month, and then after that you hear, hey, why don't we go out to the flying field? And kids don't like to do anything more than 10 minutes at a time, and they don't have it can be anything. If it was roller coasters, you know, it's like, okay, it's our 5th time on the roller coaster, who wants to go a 6th time? I'm bored, let's go sit and stare at a tree. You know, they just lose interest in everything. So eventually all kids hate the idea of going to the RC flying field with their dad. And anything that your dad does is not cool by default because your dad does it. If your dad was an astronaut / porn star, you'd be like, that's completely stupid. I'm into playing hacky sack. You know, it's just a generational thing. But there was a point to this story. Oh yeah, we were talking about cutting off fingers. Anyway, Jason was getting ready to fly his plane, and he was kind of hurrying along because he didn't want to take too much time and have the wife or the kids bugging him to leave. So, well, this thing's a whole camp again. We got a task turn-in board. We got mailboxes. I think I've got another bracelet in the mailbox I can pick up. Yeah, all but 2 pieces sold. That's very cool. The other email in my inbox was from somebody who was telling me all about how I'm selling my jewelry too cheap. I was kind of playing around with the pricing, seeing what I could get it to sell for, and I didn't want to price it too high and I didn't want to price it too low. But somebody was like, yeah, those Honorian ingots sell for like 400 silver a piece. You should just sell them to me. I'll buy as many as you have. So I'm like, okay, obviously I'm selling my jewelry way too low. So I put a bunch of it out there for like 4 gold pieces a piece. It's a Ranger. Search for enemies within the ruins. But with the wife starting to heal up a little more, I'm getting a little bit more of a chance to play. I haven't yet started streaming a lot. If she needs help with something, I need to stop what I'm doing and go help her. So that doesn't make casual streaming particularly handy. But that having been said, I got on and finished Kindred in Mirkwood and unlocked all of the skirmishes. So Little Ed Mustafa on Brandywine is actually ready to move on. Dunland or the Great River or both. So that's pretty cool. And looking forward to that. But I thought I would give you guys a burglar break and do something a little different tonight. I don't play Galadriel a lot on LOTRO stream, but some of the grindy, sucky stuff she's been stuck doing lately, I mean, it's like it didn't really even sound that interesting to me, so I didn't think anybody'd want to see it on stream either. It's like, oh yeah, let's watch Ed grind Minas Tirith dailies again for the 80th freaking time.
These are troublesome times indeed.
Hi, Beebs! Oh, I never did finish the story. So Jason's getting ready to fly his plane. Sorry, I keep losing track. I get involved in the game, I get busy with chat, I'm thinking about... It's just a stream of consciousness thing tonight. So he gets ready to fly, and he wants to get his engine tuned up, and the thing's running and is turning this great big prop. And it was this type of nylon and plastic prop by a company called APC, and they're really sharp. For plastic anyway, and he thought he would change the needle valve on the carburetor, and he did it from the front of the plane and just stuck his hand right through the propeller, and it cut his hand really bad, almost to the point where it severed the thumb. And that was neat. By happy coincidence, my wife was out at the field taking pictures and actually shot a picture of him bleeding and holding his thumb right after he did it, and that ended up being key to his insurance claim later on. So that was weird. So, okay, I don't get it. All of a sudden, Athelians just opened up on the east side of Osgiliath where it hadn't been before. I went up to the crossroads and I found where the gate was open because I still have a tie to Faramir's Lookout up the road. But I had no idea all of this was opened up down here too. I actually snuck up there and did some early quests the other day. So this is not my first journey into North Athelion, but I'm not out of Osgiliath yet. So as you approach the east gate, you see Mithrandir astride Shadowfax. Hi, fellas.
Have caused an impressive amount of noise.
Who knew? Cutscene. No dialogue, but that was still pretty cool. And it has to redraw everything again. So I'm always a little surprised when I'm watching somebody else stream and a cutscene comes on and they're like, "Oh, skip cutscene." I'm like, why would you skip the cutscene? They're not that frequent. Enjoy them when you get them.
Representatives from
Even if I've seen them before, I still watch them every time. That's after 5 or 6 years of solid playing. Talk to Peregrine Took, east of Osgiliath. I can do that. Here's Eridor. But the good news is the doctor said that whatever he cut his finger with, cut it and broke the bone remarkably cleanly, and that they would have a hard time duplicating the work on his thumb, even if they were trying with surgical tools. So if you're going to use an APC prop, at least you're going to get a clean cut. That counts for something. Brother almost lost his 4 fingers on his right hand, just not thinking he went and picked up the lawnmower when it was on but stuck in tall grass. Whoops. They just needed stitchings and lesson learned. Well, that is good to hear. Yeah, it's amazing the stuff that can be hazardous to your digits. But Jason got his thumb sewed back on, and insurance covered everything, and his wife didn't murder him, so that worked out well. But still a little bit of numbness in the thumb, I think he said. There was some nerve damage, but overall he was glad to keep the thumb, so everybody wins. Part of the key is if you're going to fly big airplanes, use a wooden propeller, and that way you don't get the same type of cuts you would get with a nylon or carbon fiber prop. One of the things that's kind of cool and kind of horrific, it doesn't happen every year, but every year or two, once or twice a year, I'll hear a story about a helicopter pilot that's flying a big, what we'd call a 600 or 700 sized helicopter with like a 2-meter rotator diameter on it. A big RC helicopter, but big and powerful. And every once in a while, pilot will be flying one, and then they'll have it out in front of them, and something will get screwy, or they'll put in the wrong control inputs, and it'll come flying back at them. And once in a while, they decapitate themselves with their own RC helicopters. And again, I fly RC helicopters, but the ones I fly are smaller, so if I hit myself with it, I would go, ow, and maybe bleed a little. But don't fly anything you can cut off digits with, and don't fly anything that you can decapitate yourself with. Those are 2 of my rules. For some reason, a lot of the pilots just always have to go bigger and better. But in 11 years of flying RC, I've never had to call my wife and go, "Honey, I'm at the emergency room. Would you go by the field and see if you can find my nose, please?" It's never happened. A lot of you were probably thinking I'd been the victim of an RC flying accident, but this is actually how my face just normally looks. I haven't been the result of any catastrophic injuries, so that's all right. Talk to Peregrine. I have to remember where all of those landmarks are inside of Osgiliath before I move on. Just hoping Peregrine's not too far away. He's not. There he is. Buy Jet RC planes.
What have I got
Jet
myself
RC planes are
into
cool.
now, I wonder?
The biggest problem with the jet-powered stuff is that when it crashes, it normally burns. So if you do much more than tear the landing gear off of your turbine-powered jet, you probably have to start from scratch. There's not going to be any pieces to pick up after the fire goes out. There's a really funny video on YouTube where somebody's trying to get their jet started in the pits. Aragorn has called a halt. That's good, because I'm not done with Osgiliath yet.
I have set trumpeters at each of the roads that leave this meeting.
Defeat foes throughout North Ithilien. Tell Celebron to announce the coming of the king. Celebram? Tell Limlair to announce the coming of the king. Tell Ruhir to announce the coming of the king. Tell Kulain to announce the coming of the king. We can do all of that. But first I'm going to go back through Osgiliath. Snakes on a plane. I think I've told the story before, but I bugged my wife for like 6 months before that movie came out. I mean, it was like a year before the movie released, there was a news story. It was like, Samuel L. Jackson agrees to star in a movie called Snakes on a Plane. And we were laughing about it. And so like for 6 months before the movie ever opened, my wife would be like, so what do you want to do this weekend? See Snakes on a Plane. And I just walk around the house saying, snakes on a plane, just for no reason, just to bug her. And then when the movie finally came out, she's like, I suppose you want to go see Snakes on a Plane? And I'm like, hell no, that movie sounds stupid. But I think one year she gave it to me on DVD for my birthday, so it's actually in the movie collection. It was everything I hoped it would be, and less. But it's a good, fun excuse to eat popcorn. I got no problems with it. But whenever we fly anywhere, just to torture my wife, I always go, should I tell the flight attendant I'm a pilot just in case there's a problem and they need help? She just kind of gives me that, you're an idiot look. I think every wife gives their husband that look frequently. Or I'm just blessed, one of the two. Look into Osgiliath. Supplies. Ooh, they're hidden. Ain't nobody healing in this place. It's wrecked. See, Beebs know what I'm talking about. You really have to marry a man before you figure out how truly dumb he is. You can suspect it. But you won't know until after you say I do. It goes from I do to what was I thinking very quickly for most brides. As a matter of fact, the biggest fight I've ever had with my wife The whole time we've known each other. We've been married 13 wonderful years. It'll be 14 years in May. And we were together probably 6 or 7 years before that. Dating and kind of figuring out just how weird the other person was and whether or not we wanted to take stuff to the next level. So anyway, 20 years, the worst fight we've ever had. We are on our way to Disney World. I was working for a telecommunications company, and my sales team was #1 in the nation, and they were going to reward us. The executives got to go every quarter. They would do this 4 times a year. They'd take the top sales team to Disney World for an all-expenses-paid weekend. And it was a nice deal. It was, round-trip airfare, and they put us up at the Grand Floridian, which is the nicest Disney property. We were right there on Disney World with, monorail access to everything, and, food plans included and the whole 9 yards. So it was meant to be a nice trip. And we're getting ready to fly out, and the wife's excited to go. And I think we'd been married about 9 or 10 months at this point. And it's not like we didn't know each other, but it wasn't a sudden whirlwind romance where we got married, after 6 months. We'd been dating for 6 or 7 years before we got hitched, and just the wife and I don't fight. She occasionally gets mad and pouts. I occasionally blow up about stuff that isn't necessarily me being mad at her as much as I am just at situations. But we get to the airport to fly out, and I think the flight was Northwest. And we get there, and the plane before ours had mechanical trouble and had not left. So we were greeted at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning with hundreds of people backed up at the Northwest service counters in the airport. And what am I looking for? Function F9, F10, F11. Taking screenshots. Nope. Oh well, I'm looking for my flashlight. Turning on my lantern, but if I can't see, I probably can't go there. We'll just keep walking around. So I don't want to get as distracted with the airport story as I did with Jason almost cutting his thumb off, even though that had a happy ending. So we go to the airport, and it's just a disaster. There's 300 people waiting at the Northwestern counter. The whole plane full of people that were supposed to leave an hour before our plane was going to leave are jamming up customer service. There's no way we're going to get checked in. There's no way we're going to get a seat on our flight. There's no way we're leaving. And there's going to be this chain reaction to where it just screws up all of Northwest's flights that morning. I mean, we were just going to be stuck. And I saw it. As soon as I saw the line, I'm like, best thing we can do, we need to leave. Let's just go home. We'll have lunch. We'll come back here at 1 or 2 in the afternoon. By then they should have most of this straightened out. No, I'm not leaving. I want to go to Orlando. Honey, ain't nobody going to Orlando. Look at this place. They're not moving any passengers out of here for at least 4 or 5 hours. I said, we come back this afternoon, explained to them we were supposed to be on the 7:30 flight, and we couldn't even get to the customer service counter. They'll find us a flight, and they'll get us out of here early this afternoon. It won't be a big deal. No, I want to go to Disney World. I came here. I'm not leaving. Honey, nobody's leaving. We need to go. Let's just head out. We don't have to wait around here. So we get in this big, long fight about it, and it's probably the maddest I've ever been. I eventually used the technique that basically if you want people to do what you tell them, you just say it and then you walk away and they'll follow you. So I try this with my wife, who's just incredibly stubborn. I always kind of laugh when, like, if she brings me a Coke Zero and people are like, "Oh, I can't believe you have your wife trained," and it's like, no, you don't understand. My wife is not subservient to me. My wife treats me like I'm her pet. I mean, she brings me a Coke Zero like she'd bring a dog kibbles, or she'd bring a cat, a treat, and it's not like she's under my thumb at all. So I'm like, I'm going home. I'm taking the luggage. You need to come with me right now. And I just turn and I start walking up the causeway. I'm heading towards the parking garage with the suitcases. I'm leaving. And after I get about 50 yards up the thing, I turn around to make sure she's behind me. She's not behind me. I'm like, oh my God, she didn't follow me. I can't believe this. And I get up the aisle, and I'm like, I don't know what to do. If I go back, I lose. She needs to come out. We need to go home. And she won't follow me. And it ended up with me getting all the way to the car. She's nowhere in sight. She has stayed in the airport terminal thinking that all of a sudden things are going to start moving, and she's magically going to get up to the Northwest customer service counter, and they're going to apologize for the delay and get her right on the next seat so that she can get to Orlando before lunchtime. And I am in the car. I've got our suitcases in the trunk, and I am pulling out of the parking garage. And as I'm driving away, I had to stop and think, do I really want to be the guy who left his wife at the airport when they haven't even been married a year? And I'm like, oh, I can't believe she didn't follow me. So I turned around and I went back, and I went to passenger drop-off. And this was post 9/11. So as soon as the car pulls up and I step out, there's already an airport security guard. Sir, you can't get out of your car. You can't leave your car here. I'm like, I'm just looking for my wife. She's right in there. I understand, sir, but you can't leave your car there. So I go into the airport, and the security guard's standing there radioing for a tow truck and writing up my ticket. And I go back inside the Northwest customer service area, still looking for my wife, who wasn't listening to anything I had to say because she already knew I'm a complete idiot. And if I just did what she said, everything would work out okay. And she didn't know what was wrong with me. And I can't believe there's not one more supply crate in here somewhere. So I go in there and I find her, and I'm like, would you come on? I'm not leaving. She was just sure that if she stepped out of that airport, she'd never get to Disney World. That I was a complete idiot, I didn't know what I was talking about, and that if she left that airport terminal, then Orlando would slide into the ocean, never to be seen again. And she would never get a chance to be mad about the mouse. I don't know what was going through her head. But still don't. That's part of the beauty of being married to her and knowing her for the last 20 years. I have no idea what that woman thinks on a moment-by-moment basis. What goes through her head? Not a clue. It's God's own private mystery. So that's what kind of keeps the marriage fun. But I'm like, I am getting towed right now because you wouldn't come out to the car. We need to go. I'm not leaving. Go get the suitcases. I'm waiting here. And I'm like, are you serious? I was just beside myself at this point. So I go walking out there, and security's still out there, paper in my car, and my wife follows me out there to make sure I'm getting the suitcases, and I'm like, yeah, fine, I'll pay the parking tickets. We'll sit around this godforsaken airport for the next 6 hours. It won't be 6 hours. You're overreacting. I don't know why you're so hostile. I'm like, okay, you watch and see how long it is. And I grabbed the suitcases while the security guard's still standing there, and I'm just hurling the things out of the trunk onto the sidewalk. I'm just like, Jesus freaking golly darn. Just I generally don't swear much on stream, but trust me, I was using plenty of foul language at this point. And the security guard's like reaching for his nightstick going, sir, you need to calm down. I'm like, I'm completely freaking calm. She's out of her goddamn mind. And I'm just kind of just trying really hard not to lose my shit. And Yeah, we always, to this day, we still joke about, yeah, you remember that time you almost got pepper sprayed by airport security? And then we both laugh and laugh. But long story short, we get the suitcases out. I go put the car back in long-term parking, ticket in hand from airport security, and we go walking back into the airport terminal, and we proceeded to sit there for another 5.5 hours, exactly like I predicted. And there was just nothing to do except sit there. And I just kept staring at my wife for 5 or 6 hours, just going, I told you this was going to happen. And that was how our trip to Disney World started out. So we could have headed out, could have gone and had a nice lunch, relaxed, done anything, come back at 1 or 2 about the same time they got us on the plane anyway. But instead, we literally sat around the airport terminal for 6 hours while Northwestern tried to get their poop in a group. And that's probably as mad as I've ever been at my wife, and probably is as mad as I ever will get at my wife. So that's the Disney trip story. And then to make matters worse, we never showed up in Disney, of course, because well, we did get there eventually, but we were hours and hours and hours late. The company had a trip to the Wildlife Safari Kingdom planned for everybody for dinner that night, and we didn't show up. Fortunately, there was another couple that was on the same flight as us, a guy from my office, Bob, and his girlfriend. And Bob and his girlfriend didn't show up, and we didn't show up. And our boss is like calling Northwest going, hey, what's going on? That flight left on time, sir, and they were on it. They should be there. And it was like, why would you have told them that? So we miss our transfer flights. I think we were flying through Charlotte probably. I don't even remember. But we miss our connecting flights because of the delay getting out of town. And then our ground transportation had left us for dead. They just assumed we weren't coming. So we get off at the airport, and it's 11 o'clock at night by the time we get to Orlando, after being at the local airport at 5 in the morning to get through security or whatever. And our bosses assumed that we just decided we didn't want to go to Orlando and didn't tell them. So they thought we weren't showing up at all. And we had to take a taxi to Disney World, which is probably a $60 or $80 cab ride. And it was just a miserable start to that weekend. But that was quite the interesting traveling story. So that's the worst fight I've ever had with Mrs. Mustafa. So she'd have just listened to me. And to this day, she won't ever acknowledge that I was right and that we should have done what I suggested. I was just being an idiot, and she'll never sway from that opinion. Well, at least Northwest Airlines doesn't have to worry about the bad publicity. They are out of business, so. And that's one of my things too. I'm not really agoraphobic. I just have an intense dislike of waiting and lines and queuing up for things. I'm just basically lazy and self-absorbed, I suppose. But it's just one of my pet peeves. If I have to stand in line for anything, it better be because the Rolling Stones are about to play. got to be another landmark right by here. I am missing it. What's the House of Healing? I've already been there. House of Eldakar. I think that's further in. Maybe that wasn't pointing me towards the House of Healing. Actually, it looks like it's pointing me right back towards the House of Healing. Maybe there's a supply crate in there I missed? I find that hard to believe. I thought I was pretty thorough in there. Oh good, this is still here. Now, once we got to Disney World, and like I said, the company had handled meal plans and stuff like that, and we really did finally have a good time once we got there. But it was just, it was a battle to get there. And ironically, Bob, the guy from my office who went on the same flight with his girlfriend, yeah, they broke up just as soon as they got back home from that trip. They were just like done with each other. I guess she was bitching and complaining the whole time, and he was like, it's not my airline, there's not really much I can do about it. You know, sometimes you just have to make the best of things. I'm all about that normally. I had resigned myself to the fact that we weren't getting to Orlando anytime soon that day, and I just wanted to make the best of it, and the wife was not cooperating. I just laugh. I was talking to my nephew a few months ago, and he wanted to do something, and he was talking about, well, you know, this is going on, and we got to do this, and your aunt thinks we should do this. Well, you need to make aunt do this. I'm like, let me tell you something. I've known your aunt for 20 years, and in that time, Jake, I have never been able to make her do anything. Mrs. Mustafa is made of tougher stuff than that. In fact, I'm rather proud of the fact that after she broke her shoulder, the very next day she had a wedding booked that she was the photographer for. She sucked it up and went to that wedding and took the pictures. I had to help, but she probably would have figured out a way to drag me into it even if she hadn't broke her shoulder. Alright, what are we looking for down here? Hey, come here, troll. Let's party. See? Schwarzenegger impression. You weren't expecting that. In fact, I would venture to say that my wife heard me telling this story on stream, and she heard me say that she was wrong and I was right, and she'll never admit it. And so she's letting me sit here with a dry Coke Zero bottle just to spite me. It's a Herodrum. Uh-oh, we might have a connection problem. There we go. We just had a little stutter there. Oh, the things I'm going to do to you, Mr. Troll. You will not like them. I remember coming through here for a boss fight. I wonder why they'd want us to revisit this place. Let's get that other raider over here too. I need a real fight. There we go. There we go. And I suppose I can go kill this archer real quick. And these archers too. We'll kill everybody. They did not make it. Oh no, it's a big scary troll. Thanks, Beadarian. Thanks again for the follow. Have a great night. And we'll have to drag everybody to the archer. Here he comes now. So cute that Defiler thought he could live. It almost makes you feel sorry for him. Rejuvenation potion, feel fresh, huh? What about when you're feeling less than fresh? Boom, I've done it. I am the man. Come here, Crusher. Take a knee. He was gonna stun me. I love hitting them with that hamstring right before they try to do it to me. There, he got his shot in. What the hell? He's already back, and there is no way out of here. Shows a passage, but it's blocked off. Like there's a cave in here. That is not cool. I'm going to list that as things that aren't cool. Hello, raiders.
Brr.
Thank you, Pookie.
There'd be warm around here.
Delicious, crisp, and refreshing proof that Mrs. Mustafa still cares. That's the stuff. Alright, we've been down that road before. This is blocked off. Nothing back there, nothing back there. We've been up there. I am missing something. I do not know what it is. I can't get up this debris pile, or can I? Look at Deathman hooking up Ginger Snap. That's awesome. Yeah, I think a red-headed Sith chick would be over the top. I don't think the world would be ready for that. Don't worry, Deathman, I'll always fish. I'm gonna follow these guys. It would not be a stretch of the imagination to think that somebody would know something I don't. Now there's 4 of us running around in here lost. I am not seeing a way up. Oh, maybe I didn't explore all the way through here. I want to go that way. And rightfully so, because this is another dead end. Well, at least Galadriel's gotten her shower in for the day. Okay, I know what that is. That's another dead end. Ouch. Interesting. Well, if this doesn't dead end, this actually goes someplace new. It dead ends. Perfect. Yes, she is, unfortunately. Galadriel's cistern delving experience is unfortunately epic. Oh, at least I'm back out. Okay. Why did it give me a... I got a quest ring for in here and there's nothing in here. I gotta be missing something. That was a lot of time wasted. I think we can all agree Glandrill knows her way around a sewer pretty well. Yay, stairs up. It's a supply crate. I honestly don't see it anywhere on the list. How the hell do I turn my lantern on and off? I can't believe I can't find it. Alt F10. Thank you, Ninth Pawn. There it is. And the door won't open. Perfect. Glad I found it, though. I'd have told me to find the Dome of Stars, though. Why can't I get in? It is a tripping hazard. If it wasn't for all of her cistern exploration, I think even Galandriel would have had a tough time navigating in there. And we're looking for a way across, and there's a way across. All right. Didn't think I'd actually be able to swim that, but there you have it. That is also true. Horribly slacking. There's a lavish chest. Ooh. That was exciting. Another deed complete. You know, it's kind of interesting. They quit giving virtues with some of the deed completions last time around, and now they're starting to give them to us again. Idealism at 25. Quests of Osgiliath and Crossroads. Foe Slayer of Osgiliath. It was a real confidence booster. Athelian Inquisitor. Feel like that's ever going to replace Lady of the Streams. I actually don't remember what title I'm wearing. In League Sage of Fine Spirits. Excuse me. I think I took Sage of Fine Spirits for one of the festivals not too long ago. That was nice. Microsoft's informing me that I don't currently have the latest version of Office. Yep, out of pack space. Go figure. Yep, that's a lot of shattered spears. I don't know if I can pick those all up. There's an auctioneer here. Who knew? There he is.
The Rangers will not surrender us, Gilead.
What news do you bring, traveler?
Good tidings of great joy? I don't know how to answer that. Housing and pets. Travel skills. Not quite there yet.
Gondor needs your aid.
Isn't that interesting? Okay. Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't pay to ride your war steed. Red dots for the win. Let's see what we got. Red dots over there. Bye, Ninth Pawn. Don't let the Neeker breaker bite. Nope, can't go that way. Still looking for red dots. Sometimes you have to travel a very long distance to go a short way. Red dots. I'm looking for you. I don't see anything. I never thought I would ever utter the words, I went to Osgiliath and couldn't find anything to kill. Who knew that was actually going to be a thing? Excellent. We'll ride the blonde sorrel horse for no reason. And we're riding, and we're riding. Shame on you guys for speculating on stream about what all up in you might do to earn extra money. That's really his business. And that of the men he's trying to entertain. Champion's greatsword. Well, it's nice to have new content to explore, but so far I'd have to say Update 19 gets off to a bit of a slow start. Which is okay, you want to pace yourself, you don't want to tear through it too fast. Two cloaked figures. Search for the mysterious figures. I don't think. Reeking filth. Worn fur. Moldy skin, burnt ears. Bubbling goo. I don't really have enough for turn in for anything here yet. Well, 12:02 a.m. Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. Hi, fellas. That's a lot of troll blood. More blood. More blood over here. I don't see a troll, and I don't see any more blood. Am I near the dang hiding place? Oh, more blood. Who knew? So it came up the stairs to the palace. It must be back in here somewhere. Come here, Mr. Troll. Oh, I did some exciting flower picking not too long ago. Troll's dead. I can go back to the elf sons. Prized Angmar Free People's horse. That's a good looking horse. That was lame. They should probably get some dwarves in here and start repairing some of this. It's kind of a mess.
greet you, friend.
Nope, no way out this direction. Chromite, how are you? Thump, thump, thump. Hopefully that'll be a little better. I can go up and over, who knew? Let me know if the microphone is better, worse, the same. Collect supplies. Gather confiscated treasure. Oh, they're going to keep me running around in Osgiliath like forever. Okay, good to know. I'm here to please, Chromite. Anything I can do to make your visit to my stream more comfortable, the aspect ratio needs adjusting, if I'm not providing enough situational awareness, you let me know. I'll get it corrected. I only want happy viewers. Anyway, glad you stopped by. I don't think I've talked to you for a little while, Chromite. How you been? Mailbox, not helpful. Busy with work is no fun. I know that feeling. Supposed to be slowing down at work for the Thanksgiving holiday, and instead I've got like 3 or 4 dumpster fires I'm dealing with. But that's all part of the fun. And they were like, hey, we're going to get this new HP Superdome delivered, and it's like super important we get it hooked up as fast as we can. Do you mind coming in on Thanksgiving just so you can sign for it at the loading dock? I'm like, yeah, you want me to come in on Thanksgiving just to sign for a piece of freight? Yeah, I've kind of got a problem with that. Then we found out that it's probably going to get delivered before Thanksgiving, so it won't be a problem, so it's all good. Work's supposed to be a pain in the ass. That's why they don't call it fun. They call it work. We will return from whence we came. I get that the supplies should be coming from the Rohirrim encampment, but I have no idea what that Haradrim supply cache was supposed to be for. I don't know where I'm supposed to find confiscated treasure. It's all just a mystery. Well, Chromite, hopefully you get a chance to chillax and enjoy your weekend. As do we all. Here's some recovered treasure. Some supplies. Mailbox. Oh, recovered treasure. I am practically standing on it. Okay, that takes care of that. Just need to find 4 more supply boxes. Supplies. Supplies. Picking flowers while you hang out with your cat is relaxing. I can, because I've got the Santa beard, so I need to be able to relate with the youth. It's important for a St. Nicholas-like figure such as myself. And if you were more of a non-Santa type, then it wouldn't be as essential. Hey, more supplies. All of a sudden the supplies are popping out of the woodwork for me. Like Martha Stewart would say, it's a good thing. That's the real question, is should somebody who references Martha Stewart be able to say chillax? I don't know. It's more of an existential question. I really don't have answers for that. I'm just here playing some LOTRO, enjoying my Friday evening. Glad the work week is done. Glad you guys came to hang out with me and watch me fumble around in circles through Osgiliath after the Battle of Pelennor. Bring the payment. Blothera, Jarl Girthium, Abraze, and Drugrid. That is quite the crew. Good news, there's a hidden enemy encampment right under our feet, which means I get to go back into the damn sewers again. I am super excited about it. It's going to be awesome. defeat the forces gathered there, which is what I was doing before, so now I get to go back. At least there's orcs to kill. That's the important thing. Excuse me, everybody. I just wish I had a fully armored battle goat that I could ride through the cisterns. I would give the enemies of the free peoples the what for, let me tell you. You, sir, are no saint. Here, let's see how you like being stunned. On your knees. Where's your stupid captain at? I gotta go kill him again. Since the first 2 times I did it didn't count. Take a seat, please. Why don't you take a seat? There we go. Foe Slayer of Osgiliath. Now I have to work on advanced. Ooh, determination boost. Racking up the turbine points, killing stuff, having a good time. That's what it's all about. There we go. There he is. I can see him dancing around back here. Okay. Lots of corpses.
Hello there, big head.
Oh, thank goodness. What's going on?
Who is your saint and what does he do?
Who is my saint? I don't understand. I don't think
It's
I want
not
to go
the
that way.
tumor.
Get to the chopper. That's a dead end. Yeah, maybe it is this way. I think I hang a left here.
Let's get the chat hyped up. Hype, hype.
There we go.
Are they hyped yet?
I think so.
Are they still alive?
No. If they were, though, they'd be hyped. That way's not going to help. That doesn't help.
Welcome, Lashley.
So what have you been up to in game, Zinger? Anything interesting?
Not really. I've been playing my Bjornian a bit this week. Just, he's like mid-30s or so. On my berg right now on Brandy. I've been preoccupied with some other things and games and stuff.
I understand. Man cannot live by bread alone. Not even Lembus.
Hobbit sure can.
Yeah, I was just thinking about what I just said, and I think that's the whole point of Lembus, that you can live by it alone. But not for extended periods.
Yeah, it'd be like trying to live on saltines or something. Every time I look at your stream, you're in some kind of underground cavern or sewer system.
I know, it's like I miss Minas Tirith or something. I don't understand it.
Are you still in Osgiliath, the post-battle Osgiliath?
Yeah, I spent all that time wandering around in here earlier, and then I get the quest to come back in. Like, thanks for that, game. Hopefully Malbung will quit running out of excuses to send me in here. Could you just go kill 170 more orcs really quick before you move on? Sure, I'd love to. Elf Ambassador, Festives, Horse of the Steed, Eastament. Here we are, the Losseth Steed. This is a good looking horse.
You know, once you leave Osgiliath, it's kind of like going from Moria to Lothlorien.
Well, like I said, I kind of snuck out earlier and went through the open gate by the crossroads, so I kind of know what's ahead. I'm looking forward to it. That's kind of helping me stay focused while I'm trying to grind through Osgiliath again. If I thought it was all going to be like this, I probably would have been beating my head against the desk.
If it gets you viewers.
Then Chromite would be like, you need to isolate that microphone. We're really picking up a lot of your head banging noise. And he'd be right, but that's okay. Travel to the crossroads. Okay, we are out of here finally. I guess I should clean up packs. The favorite part of the stream for everybody watching. Oh good, somebody's going to sort through their inventory. Yay!
What news have you from the lands of Gondor?
Yeah, so far, Berg Worst Dude seems pretty eh.
Yeah, I kind of figured it'd be sort of eh. Although I am ready to start heading towards Rohan myself, so. Finally finished up Kindred with Mirkwood. I still have to finish it with Lothlorien, but that didn't sound particularly fun.
Yeah, the stealth via disguise is a pretty neat, that's probably the coolest part of it, I would say. Then you kind of get into battle and it's kind of the same old, melee, Worst Dude combat stuff going on.
Faramir guide us to victory.
Alright, I think that's as good as the inventory's going to get for now. Can't believe these poor rangers are standing out here practically unguarded. Don't they know that Gussie Moose could be roaming around?
Oh my.
These are troublesome times indeed. These are troublesome times indeed. How may I help you, friend?
Yeah, so a pretty neat thing. I think I was watching I think Grizzly and was streaming and Evil was playing with them, Evil Twin.
Yeah.
And I think Evil plays I think maybe it was him that plays Blue Line Berg on Brandy. And I didn't realize that because for most stance or most of the other lines, it seems like the provoke skill isn't very useful. But for Blue Line, it's one of our gambles, and it allows you if it goes off to stun the enemy. It's a disabling gamble.
Yeah.
What I didn't realize that after you use that skill, if you use Gambler Strike, which tiers up gambles on the enemy up to tier 6, that it'll basically rank it up to a tier 6 disabling gamble, which basically means a 1 minute stun on the enemy.
Oh, nice.
I mean, I guess I always imagine that, after you put the disabling gamble and you stun the enemy, that if you use an attack right away, then that it'll knock them out of the stun. So, I've always kind of went with that, but I didn't realize that it doesn't knock them out of the stun, and instead tier it up.
Interesting. So this is still walled off.
Oh, Miss Morgul.
Yeah. Can't get there from here yet. That's alright, at least we know it's going to be opening up next.
Oh, you can't get there on landscape. That's all I'll say.
Oh, okay.
I think during Bull Roar, they didn't have the walls up, so you could kind of pop around and check on the inside and stuff.
Creepy decay. Defeat orcs, destroy skull piles. All of that sounds very worthy. Oh, and hi Lashley 137. My apologies. I was going to say hi a little while ago, and then Zinger and I started chatting, and there you go.
Don't worry, I'm sure they're fast asleep by now.
Oh, everybody in chat, yeah. That I don't doubt.
We can only help you soothly lull them to sleep.
I think most people just tune in because I kind of help get them settled into sleep. It's like, I don't really know what to do. I got insomnia. I'll go watch Big Ed. And after about 10 minutes of that, it's...
Hey, whatever works. It's cheaper than medicine.
Exactly.
There's your slogan right there.
Watch Big Ed Mustafa stream LOTRO. It's cheaper than Sominex. It's like ZQuil from your computer. You might be onto something.
So I heard at the end of your stream you're giving away a trip to Disneyland or Disney World.
Yeah, the only problem is you have to travel with my wife. It will not be pleasant.
It'll be a fantastic 5-hour wait.
Okay, are you guys excited? Here we go. Booyah! 2 files of verdant extract. I could not be more excited.
So you can take the monopoly on both fishing on the official stream and flower picking.
Well, I mean, really, the beauty of it is that since I'm an Honorian master jeweler, I just love the fact that they've made like all of the effort and time and resources that I've spent completely just shot to hell by adding the flower picking jewelry. It's like, here, this flower picking is way better than, taking Tinkerer and working it up further than you ever imagined it would need to go. It's like, awesome, kick ass.
Well, you're not wrong, but I guess everything underneath Honorian is still okay.
Well, and like I was saying at the beginning of the stream, for some reason people are still buying that Honorian jewelry from me.
Probably easier for people, starting off fresh.
Yeah.
100, 105s to get, just that stuff and put some of the purple essences in rather than to have to grind something up. They'll have to just replace, whatever.
Yeah, if you're equipping out an alt, it's a lot better to do it that way, I have no doubt.
I do see a pretty neat skill coming up on the Burglar Worsted that they can go like foe to attack their allies.
Oh yeah, we can turn them against each other.
Yeah, I haven't dived too much into the yellow, line yet. I did red. I even didn't really put points into agility this time. I just started to dive it and did a red and blue line. I've accepted the fact that my worst dude is just a glorified sleigh.
That's sort of the nice thing about heavy worsteeds. They're sort of like just an extra piece of armor. It's like, here, wail away on my worsteed for a while before you start damaging me. Thanks.
If everybody in chat is excited to watch Big Ed Mustafa right now, say nothing.
Perfect.
It's a win-win.
Well, sometimes I feel like I'm the last player in LOTRO to even come to North Athelion. Like, why is Big Ed doing that content the rest of us all finished 6 weeks ago?
Yeah, I kind of held out for a bit myself, but I went ahead and did the epic at least, so I was watching other streamers. I didn't have to look away at parts.
There you go.
I haven't done all the the regular zone content, but I don't mind seeing that on the stream if I happen to. I haven't done much flower picking either. and Beebs is still picking flowers on their name, so you know you're not the only one up there.
Cool.
Oh, their stage number.
Hi, Stage. Okay, we got the spires whittled down. That's not a bad thing. Yay! More dead orcs. It's a good thing. Clear overgrowth. Bam! One vial of verdant extract. I am nigh unstoppable. Killing the orcs is a daily. Oh, that's good news. Oh, that must be why it was so different. I've been trying to figure out why when I walked into North Athelion the other day, it just the same road seemed way different. I just realized it's because I started out at Faramir's Lookout. So I was pre-Battle of Pelennor. None of the orcs or anything were there. It's interesting that it was so different. Oh, Mordor Archer. That was stupid. There's an orcish axe here.
digging the worst dude stealth when it comes to, like, I just ran through a warband that I did want to fight and didn't have to worry about it.
Nice. That should count for something.
Yep. It like reduces your speed by 15%, but if you get that dash skill, it doesn't really matter because you can still max it out.
Okay, this is kind of awesome.
What's that?
Having 4 of them punched together so I can just run in and take them all out.
Nice. Are you traded red or yellow? Are you traded for red line or yellow line?
I'm traded red with a few yellow skills added in. So I can basically concentrate on one target, but throw in enough AoE that it just kind of wears everything else down. It's a good way to go.
Yeah, that works. And you get the health after each kill, I guess, with the red line.
Yep. There we are. Red line's all maxed out. And I've got first and second tier of yellow and first tier of blue.
Sweet. I can't remember how I have mine traded. I mean, I know I have a yellow line and a red line. I don't know if I like how I dipped into other lines in each.
It's like the orcs were out here chopping down trees and just forgot their axes. Apologies for that. Sometimes the mute button on the Blue Yeti just has a mind of its own. Couldn't quite get it to turn off in time. Now even Zingers fell asleep.
I never sleep.
Okay.
I was just checking in on our bird count. Got 68 birds, I believe. That's all right.
Yeah.
Well, I was checking the person who's been on the lead, or, the person that hasn't been on them for the longest amount of time, 165 days.
Yeah, the kin's coming up on 6 months. Who'd have thunk?
Well, it's good that you can keep track of that based on the person who's been on the least.
It would be better if we thought the kin was only 3 days old, but we had a few people get excited, join the kin, and then remembered, oh yeah, I don't like playing a burglar. And that's okay.
Yeah, we need some people to stay in the cave and guard our treasures.
Exactly.
While the more active people are the plunderers of loot.
You said you haven't done much flower picking yet, Zinger?
No, just because I'm not as much into the essence system, and I mean, I know there's like decorations and stuff, but I'm not as much into that either, I guess.
I've heard that the quantities of flower picking required to turn in for anything are pretty massive.
Yeah, I've heard that too. I think when it first came out, it was much lower or something, so a lot of people were able to get, you know, full set of gear, this and that, you know, in an hour basically. You know, then they upped it up and then they added, you know, jewelry and stuff in the newer update. I'm sure, like, because I thought I heard them say something like, you know, it'll be supported in the future, you know, or, you know, I guess that just means it'll be available, and maybe they'll reduce the prices once, you know, the better stuff comes out in Mordor.
So wait around and pray for obsolescence.
Usually that's the case with, you know, most gear and stuff like that. That seems to get a little easier as new stuff comes out. Or were you referring to crafting? Because that's becoming pretty obsolete too.
Ooh, sapphire extract. I don't know much, but I know that's kind of rare. You have been found guilty of stealing picnic baskets, Mr. Bear. The penalty is death. Actually, the penalty for the bear is castration. I just figured the bear would prefer death.
I think we'd all.
I think if you asked most guys, which would you prefer, being castrated or having a comet smash into the earth and extinguishing all life from its surface, most guys would be like, what's the difference? It's the same thing. Hi, Mr. Goat.
Well, hey there. Well, I've noticed lately that I've been able to burgle those jade gemstones, like the vendor trash items.
Yeah.
What I think would be cool is if they pulled that out of the regular loot table and they just made that a burgle only, you know, put that into the burgle only loot table, and they, you know, it's worth 21 silver. Like if they jack that up to like 50, somewhere from 50 silver to a gold. So then, in a way, you kind of burgle gold from the enemy.
Yeah, that'd be okay.
Or just make, add other items that are, vendor trash only, but make them valuable items that we can burgle, and then sell to a NPC.
Beeb says, I didn't get it in an hour, but I got 4 pieces in the one day before they changed the flowers the next day. But now I'm just picking for jewelry since I have all my armor. Man, I wanted to loot this chest. What are you doing? I have to murder both of you. I didn't want to do this. You're making me do this. Always blame the victim. It's a pile of skulls. Pile of skulls. Destroyed an axe. Piles of skulls. Find the ranger encampment, clear overgrowth. Find Elf Helm and Minas Tirith. Oh, now you've done it, Hawk. I hope you're happy. And another one down.
Stage feels those pain. Feels your pain when it comes to those hawks.
If they were Seahawks, they'd be super cool, but these are more like Philadelphia Eagles.
I see what you did there.
Any chance you'd care to wager a 6-pack of Coke Zero on the game this Sunday?
There's a game this Sunday. That shows what I know.
Yeah, the Eagles play the Seahawks.
Oh, sports.
Exactly. It doesn't matter, but it's fun to pay attention anyway. I just always laugh at some of my buddies who are like really into watching sports. It's like they're in a fantasy college football league, a fantasy pro football league. They do fantasy basketball. It's like, you know, if you guys studied the stock market half as much as you study like college sports, you'd probably like have cash.
Yeah, I mean, at least they're not playing in a fantasy MMORPG land or anything.
Exactly. Or it's just silly stuff about elves and dwarves. And fairy princesses named Alapenya. You'd have
There's
to.
my good dreams tonight.
Sorry. Yeah, you might just want to stay up until you can purge the thought from your head. But now, if you'd been to some of the lunches I've been with my buddies, where they start, you know, comparing notes on like Husker recruiting and like how many 3- and 4-star players they have visiting for which games, and what these kids did in high school, and where Rivals.com has each potential recruit ranked, it's like, you guys need to give it a rest. And maybe that's my problem with LOTRO. I literally spend 0 time at all outside of the game studying the game, except for, now I do listen to the podcasts.
Are you ever able to catch any of Corey streams or recordings of them?
Yeah, once in a while. It was a terrible thing to admit on stream, so nobody's listening. Hopefully I can get away with it, but sometimes I enjoy watching Corey, and other times it's just not what I'm in the mood for, and it just kind of depends. Actually, I think he's most engaging when he has other people in chat with him, and other times he just sort of tries to play badly while he's checking out all of the engravings and tapestries. And that's okay. I'm glad he's doing his thing.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I know he's not everybody's cup of tea, but there's plenty of LOTRO content on the channel now, so everyone check it out.
That's the good news, yeah. Corey Olson, the Tolkien Professor, is one of, I don't know, what do we got, 15 or 20 streamers now? But, the other side of that coin is for me to say that sometimes I really enjoy watching and other times not so much. I mean, that's probably true of most streamers. I dare say I have an off night, usually about once a week on Friday from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, I think there's like 20 to 25 people on the team now. And probably at least 20 of them have streams weekly.
It's awesome. Yeah, there's 3 or 4 a day, 7 days a week. I've even already done some fishing up here.
Yeah, you just wanted to wait until they added the ability to fish in North Thessalia to go there.
Exactly. You can't fish it, there's no point. That's my thinking anyway.
This inventory situation is getting kind of rough in West Rohan because I'm on a slow travel, just like you on this character, and I'm kind of at a point where I'm kind of far away from a vault, and I've been toying with like one slot left, and I keep burgling, and I have to remember to empty that slot or something if I want to keep on burgling.
Yeah, you can at least mail stuff from where you're at, can't you?
No, I'm premium.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. We've talked about that before. I'm just often left with the feeling that I'm the last non-VIP player on Earth.
Sounds like a sitcom. And apparently the hawks do not count toward the slaying deed.
They usually don't. That is a good thing to point out. Thank you for that, Stage. If anybody were actually awake and watching the stream, they would be glad to know that.
Hey, if you keep going, you're going to get the EU crowd.
That's true. I got that to look forward to. The EU crowd and a brain hemorrhage. I've been having to get up early to make sure that I get my wife up and dressed and ready for work. I've been having to drive her. So it's like 2 extra hours to my work day. I've been so sleep deprived for the last month. It's a little disorienting.
You can always have your own silent protest by running over a couple of speed bumps on the way.
That's true.
Or maybe not, because maybe that would upset the healing process and it would take longer to do so.
Also true. I already came through here and cleared out most of the quests. The Variag didn't like getting their asses kicked at the battle, and they all just want to go home. Yeah, we're just mercenaries. Can we go home now? You killed a bunch of us, so no.
And I was so excited I found a campsite fire, remembered I had that peddler skill, and then I looked and realized there was another NPC I could sell to right next to me.
Yeah, it'd be nice if that were actually useful more than it is.
It'd be nice if I could repair with it too.
Uh-oh.
And the chat wants to know how your wife is doing right now.
Ah. Stage, thanks for asking. She is healing well. We had a doctor's appointment yesterday. And Cert 1 Gershark I am right there with you. I can't say I'm awake, but I'm playing. So there you go. Anyway, she broke her arm or her shoulder about 4 weeks ago, and about the only thing they could do for her was put it in a sling. But as it turns out, it does seem to be healing nicely. She's just been kind of taking it easy and letting me do most of the heavy lifting around the house and whatnot. She'll refute that, of course, but that's okay. Let's just say she managed to not re-injure her shoulder any time in the last 4 weeks, so I obviously did something around the house. But she is cleared to drive finally. She drove herself to work for the first time in a month. I'm happy to say her Jetta fired right up. I was like, oh, I'm so glad your car started. And she's like, why wouldn't it start? Because it sat for a month and then it got cold out. She's a female Asian driver, so some of the complexities of driving a car are beyond her. But the doctor wants her to start working on motion exercises, getting used to moving the shoulder around a little bit more. It stiffens up as it heals, so she's got to get used to... She can't lift anything with it yet, but she can move it around and move it out and move it out to the side and try to get used to just stretching it a bit. And if she does that over the next 3 weeks and gets a little bit more range of motion, the break should be healed enough she can start working on strength and doing some more physical therapy type stuff. But prognosis is good. Everything's coming along nicely, and she should be good as new here in a few more weeks. I will give her your regards. Thank you for asking.
Although that's a bit convenient about not being able to reach things. She finishes up the TP. Honey, I can't reach the next roll.
That was one of the first things I told her when we got married was, ha! Now when I break both of my arms, you have to wipe for me. And she was like, what? And so after she broke the first shoulder, I was like, please don't break the other one. Please don't break the other one. I would have been caught in my own trap. Let that be a warning for those of you who are thinking about getting married. If your spouse ever breaks both their arms, that's on you then.
I'd rather try to MacGyver some kind of mechanism that they can do it themselves.
Sort of a my left foot kind of thing.
Yeah, it's some kind of a stick and, put it in their mouth and do something. It'll work.
Mm-hmm. We are all one big family, aren't we?
I'd certainly need a much bigger document if I were ever to make a revised LOTRO family tree.
A hidden encampment. Hopefully hidden better than Estelden. Alright, not real sure what's going on here. Dornak blindfolds you and begins to enact his own version of 50 Shades of Grey. I know we're behind a waterfall.
Did they like Gussie with this quest or something?
Man, can you imagine how excited she'd be to be blindfolded and taken away by rangers to a secret cave?
And then make it some kind of specialized content that only she can access.
LOTRO is rated PG-13 for some use of tobacco and violence. For Gussie Moose, it's rated NC-17. This was a dumb place to put your outpost rangers because the waterfall is super loud and annoying.
It's not her we have to worry about giving the idea beeps, it's Turbine.
Huh.
Yeah, I like how there's like 48 hunter port skills for this area.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's one of them. After battle, henneth the noon. That's where I'm at, right? Yep.
The Ranger Cave, yeah, I think it is. Oh no, I dropped a scholar scroll case. I think I'll still be able to sleep tonight.
Okay, where the heck was I? I never thought I'd say this. I've got too many damn travel skills.
Yeah, if you're on a hunter, it's pretty bad. I mean, it's not bad, but it's quite full. Up until recently on one of my hunters, I didn't have things on the second skill bar, the swap bar, and yeah, I realized that I kind of had to do that at that point. I might have to look into those plugins that kind of let you do it in another little UI thing.
That is a lot to manage. There it is. Alright, I think I actually have all of them back out on a toolbar. Ooh, a stable master.
How may I help you, friend?
Oh, I'm dropping more loot. I don't know that I really care at this point. Still, if they've got vendors, I should probably go talk to them.
The Moogle host must be defeated. The Rangers will not surrender us, Girioth. The Moogle host must be defeated. Ithilien is crawling with foes.
Any idea where the armor comes from that you upgrade here?
I think that's from the raid of Dread Terror, whatever.
Okay. You gotta love the fact that they're hidden behind a waterfall in a secret cave. They've still got mail service. It's pretty amazing.
Perhaps they haven't moved back yet.
Ah, much better. I know I can adjust the volume down, but that waterfall was just irritating me. Anyway, I am 2.5 hours over. It doesn't really matter. Nobody's waiting to stream behind me here on LOTRO Stream, but I would like to get some sleep. So I want to thank everybody who came out tonight to watch the stream. I want to thank, let's see who threw me some follows. Pandarian and Kriller Brand, thank you very much for the follows tonight. Glad to have you guys watching. And thanks especially to Zinger for popping into Discord and chatting with me, probably when I needed it the most. I was starting to fade there for a while.
Thanks for having me.
No problem. Other than myself, I keep looking at Jewy Girl's stream, and every time I pop over there to see what she's got going on, she's not actually streaming. She's got like a back in 5 minutes sign up or something. Looks like she's actually in Rivendell at the moment, so I'm going to go ahead and host her. Let's go over there and give her a big LOTRO stream welcome. And again, thanks to everybody who hung out with me tonight. Wasn't the most exciting stream I've done, but it's just kind of nice to meander through some of the new content and check out Update 19 and get Galadriel moving forward again. Grinding away on Minas Tirith dailies was not particularly enjoyable. I've got some work to do with her. I need to replace her second age sword with a first age, and she's got a third age dual-handed sword that I can replace with a first age also. We went out and did some roving threats in Western Gondor last Saturday. Zinger came along for that, and I have more than enough of those gift givers brands to turn in for first stage weapons, so I should probably get that done. But looking forward to plowing through more of North Ithilien and seeing what there is to see. It's a nice region, and hopefully collecting all these dumb flowers will eventually pay dividends. So I'll have to figure out a few things, but that's okay. I'm going to go ahead and throw the host. Thanks for coming out, and have a great night. Actually, have a great weekend, everybody. Winter will be on most of us soon, except for Deathman, of course. So get out while you still can before we have to start shoveling and scraping. And Deathman, you should get out and enjoy spring before you have to get sunscreen and insect repellent. So, thanks again, and have a great weekend.